on. That's the wrong way. Better, better, better. Much better. Howdy, howdy, and howdy. Happy Sunday, Catfish. I hope you're all having a fantastic start to your Sunday, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time zone it may be. Okay, I turned off hand tracking. Why are you still tracking my hands? Okay, Ardo, why are you being like this? And tracking is on. And Warudo, can you please stop being tedious and annoying for 1 minute? I'll read that. Okay, there we go. I hope you're all having a fantastic start to your Sunday, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time zone it may be. I'm having a pretty good start to mine. Especially because today we are debuting a new outfit. Let me swap to this one. Let me fly around, walk the outfit in all its goodness. Like we got a bandage on the knee. We got the cute shoes. We've got safety shorts under the dress. Lots of ribbons. Let's see if I can angle my head a little. Got a friendly little friend in our backpack. It's super easy to see because of my hair. But yes, this is... I do indeed have shiny legs. It is quite bright out here, so that tends to happen sometimes. But yes, this is the new outfit I'd been teasing. I had a lot of fun setting this up. It looks good, so I'm really happy with it. Anywho, on today's schedule, as we've been doing pretty much every Sunday, we are back at it with more Final Fantasy XIV. Last Sunday, we finished the main story of Shadowbringers, so today we are on to post-Shadowbringers. We are going to do the first patch of the post-expansion stuff. And I need to quickly look up how many quests that is. We just might freak out a little while I get the web browser up. Let's see. Fantasy XIV main story quests. Because what we've been doing with the story is once we finish the main expansion, we devote a stream each to the main patches of the post-expansion, which gives us a definite amount of quests we're doing, so we don't overdo it. And we will specifically have 10 quests today, including a dungeon very early on. And next week will be 10, then we got another 12. And then there's 16 for the last, 19 for the last section, but we could do those in a day because 19 is not the worst. But yes, we are going into. Well, we'll get an achievement for completing this first patch of quests, but it'll be fun. Post-expansion story is super good. Mini pipe. I'm gonna see if I can get my eyes to behave a bit better. Maybe lower the eye blink sensitivity. Keeping that at the minimum is good. Now my eyes aren't staying shut so much. Which is good because it also tracks my eyes better now. I don't know why I turned up the sensitivity on that. Anywho, let us get up the game and get on into the fun and the feels. It's probably gonna be emotional. Shadowbringers was emotional off the like it was really emotional. So I'm fully expecting the post-expansion story to be just as emotional. Pop and pop. Let's see. Square Enix, Final Fantasy 14. And send the one-time password. Pop, 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 pop. Should be updated. I remember to update off stream because I know there was an update that came out after the last time we played. Okay. System config. Turn the background music back on. Then capture. Pop, 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 and pop. Connecting to Primal. I did some grinding off stream to actually get some good gear. So we now have a mostly full set of Poetics gear for Reaper, which will last us a fair bit into the next expansion. And still need to get some Poetics gear for Dark Knight, but that won't be too hard. That's an easy enough off-stream grind. Everything looks good, sounds good. Close that. That. Yes, this is our current Reaper drip. The Neo-ish Guardian set, which is a really good set. But here we got our full Poetics Crypt Lurkers gear. 515 weapon. 510. 530. I bought a better bracelet. Why don't I have that equipped? I thought about a better bracelet. Swore I did. Then I'm gonna need a better bracelet. Otherwise, everything is 510 or higher. We might actually get accessories as we're going, so I won't have to buy a gear piece. Jennifer, gods, it's good to see you. I hope your being here means you've had your fill of rest. More than my fill. Well, you certainly earned it. Not much has happened since your last visit. I had planned for you to meet that helper I told you about, but he refuses to answer his link pearl. I do hope he's alright. We've been exchanging messages with the Eorzean Alliance throughout, so they say the fighting has finally stopped at the Gimlet Dark and that the Empires show no sign of movement. Which means we might actually have a moment to ourselves for a change. Seeing as you're back, maybe you could tell me more about your time in the First? Great. Oh, and if you don't mind, I'd like to ask Flamine to join us. She'll want to know what happened to Minophilia, and I think it's best she hears it from you. I'll meet you on the terrace at the House of Splendors. Ba-ba-ba. I at some point need to unlock and do the extreme trial that drops the diable version of the relic set. Or not relic, but artifact set for each job. Because it's kind of annoying that you only get the undiable set from our friendly neighborhood craftsman under the sea. And it is nice that they did add the artifact sets back for Reaper and Sage, which I did pick up. This. I think we could try it all on. Display gear, save outfit. It's a good set, and it would look so much better if we could dye it, but we have to do the extreme trial to dye it, which is annoying. Thankfully, it's not a hard to unsync, so I can recruit some friends to help. I'm only 81, I can't unsync even remotely close to that. So what job was it that I got the hammer for? Reaper. Yeah, let's glamour on the hammer. I'm not the biggest fan of that appearance. No, wait, we have the Demon Slicer and the... Oh yeah, we got the Death Scythe too, but that can't be... Okay, we have Glamour Prisms. We can expend try a few different things. Yeah, that's not bad, but it's also not the best, so... Let's glamour on the Demon Slicer. This one's a good weapon. Yeah, this looks real good. Pennifer, my, it has been too long. Tataru did mention that I would be joining you, did she not? Thank you. Words cannot well express how I have longed to know more of the first. This world Minfilia has sacrificed so much to save. But come, rest your feet. Tataru should be arriving shortly. And so Minfilia chose to pass on her gifts to the next Oracle? This girl who think her named Reen? To have such a burden thrust upon her as a child, only to embrace it when given the choice. In that respect, they are quite alike. It would seem her legacy is indeed in capable hands. Pennifer, might I ask a favor of you when next you return to the first? To tell Reen what I cannot. To tell her, thank you. And I would offer thanks to you as well for staying with her to the end. Begging your pardon, but could I have a word? Oh, you. Real, I think? Oh yeah, Real. I remember my characters. Real, I hope you're here to tell me you've received the word from our helper. I wish. Nay, I've not had a peep out of him, and it's been a good long while now. Too bloody long. On account of which, I'm going to sneak over the border and see if I can't get a signal to him from closer up. What if they catch you? There must be another way. Well, it ain't as if we can ask Thancred to do it. Besides, I shouldn't have no trouble picking me way through Gimlet now the fighting's died down. Gods know there's enough shadows to hide in. And it beats waiting around here twiddling me thumbs. Any road, I just thought I'd let you know. Now I'd best be... Eck, I nearly forgot. Kryle's at the stones and she wants a word. Something to do with the patients. She was getting ready to examine them again when I left. Oh boy. We'd best head back then. I'm sure it's important. I'm still really happy that they added a dedicated glasses slot to the game. So you can wear hats and glasses and not have to pick between. It seems she's still examining them. Oh, I do hope it's nothing bad.
You're here. Good.
So, how are they?
Still locked in slumber, but otherwise in good physical health. For the present, at least.
Oh boy.
For the present? Oh no, is something wrong with them?
I'm afraid there may be. I summoned you after detecting faint signs of instability in Thancred's corporeal ether. But subsequent examinations suggested all 5 might be affected. And when I examined them just now, my fears were confirmed. Tellingly, the degree of instability varies between them. Thancred exhibits the most notable signs, followed by Y'shtola and Urianger. The twins' ether, meanwhile, remains relatively stable, but there is a change there too if one knows to look for it.
Hold on. Isn't that the order they were called away in?
Indeed. Which leads me to believe the instability will only increase with time.
Oh boy.
Though I can but speculate, I fear this may be a symptom of a weakening link between body and soul.
By the gods! What happens if the link is broken?
I cannot say for certain. This is all unknown territory to us. Yet whatever happens, it cannot be good. Mercifully, the instability is still only slight. And you may rest assured, Master Matoya and I will do everything in our power to keep it from worsening. Be that as it may, it is imperative that you find a way to restore our friends' souls to their bodies.
You've got it, boss. Can do, will do.
Thank you.
But where's she even supposed to start? We had the greatest minds in the realm hunting high and low for an answer, and they ran out of places to look.
You stated in your report that the Exarch had originally intended to reverse the summoning process by means of his own death, correct? Raha always was a reckless young fool, ready to die for the first righteous cause that came along. His plan might well have worked, but I for one am glad he never had the opportunity to see it through. Even if it does mean our friends must remain stranded a while longer. There is another way, I am sure of it. And the key lies with him, with the Exarch. Pray return to the First and apprise him and the others of the situation. We, meanwhile, will do what we can from here. And, if the fates are kind, we will have good news to share upon your return.
Thank you for the follow, Avenged. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome. To the first. Let's go in. I'm gonna get the Naruto editor up again so I can tweak something real quick. Tracking's gonna go a little wonky briefly. That. Great. That should be better. Pop. Pop. Okay, let's see. That's a quest. There's a specific quest I wanted to pick up if I can remember which one it is. I think it's this one. Pretty sure it's this one. Yes, it is this one. We're gonna do a dungeon first. Excuse me. A word, if you would be so kind. We of the Crystarium Guard have a request to make of you. Our researchers are planning to enter the Crystal Tower to learn more of its history, however, there is a problem. Now, what I'm about to reveal is strictly confidential. Were a word to get out, panic would spread throughout the citizenry. Our scouts have reported that ferocious beasts and bizarre machines roam the hallways. Until we can eliminate these threats, none may enter. Strange ethereal readings have also been detected, and we suspect that the phenomena are linked. The Exarch has ordered us to seek your aid in making the tower safe for our researchers to go about their work. He mentioned that you are better equipped than most to face the dangers that lurk in the tower, though he elected not to go into detail. Is this true? You know it. Then your prior experience may prove beneficial. Come, let us proceed to the entrance. I'm sure you all know what dungeon we're going to be doing. It's one of my favorite dungeons, with one of the best dungeon songs in the game. Everyone loves to know it. It is a fun dungeon. You are to lead a party of elite troops into the tower and respond to any hostility with lethal force. Once the way is clear, the researchers can begin their expedition. Our main objective is to identify the source of the ethereal disturbance. The tower cannot be considered safe until we do. Should you encounter any opposition beyond your capabilities, you are to withdraw immediately. I wish you the best of luck. The twinning. You know it, you love it, it's the twinning. It's gonna be good. It's always a fun time. Everybody loves the twinning. Hopefully the queue is not too long, but we are DPS. I would go into this cutscene, but I don't want to risk it and risk the queue popping mid-cutscene, because then that makes it end the cutscene, and I don't want to skip story. Actually, what we can do while we're waiting for Q, we can go to the Gold Saucer and do our daily mini cactpot tickets. Let's go gambling. Bop, bop, bop. That's 10. 10's not worth it. Like 180. That's worth more than the 10 we would have got. But the top row would have been a lot more, but that's fine. Money is money is money. 1, 2, that's 7. Cringe. Very cringe. We're getting teased and cucked out of big money. Okay, we've done that. We still have our challenge log we can do, which is one of them is make MGP from playing these little mini games. And I am particularly good at this one. Except there. I can reliably get the middle section or the top section each time. Bada bing, bada boom. I'm not gonna touch the Leap of Faith, because Leap of Faith is pain. Oh, almost a completely full bar, let's go. And another challenge log done. Let's go. Okay, we can head back to the first. Ba 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 bum, ba 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 da bum. Oh, you know what? Why not? Let's talk to the Wandering Minstrel. Or, I think here he's the Minstreling Wanderer. That'll let us unlock the first few of the extreme trials we can unlock. As I know, for the other extreme trials, we have to start a quest line. That is not here. But I want to save all of those quest lines for a stream of their own. Oh, you're the Minstreling Wanderer. Wait, aren't you? Yes, I thought so. Pineapple Rose, correct? You've been keeping very busy if all the rumors are to be believed. Why are you staring at me with such intensity? Pray tell, have I said something to offend you? Judging by your cryptic comments, I gather I bear a resemblance to someone you know, but I can assure you that we have never met before, you and I. Don't believe me? Then let us be friends. The more you learn about me, the more you will come to realize how different I am from this other me. I am a wanderer by trade, but a minstrel at heart. A keeper of tales, a singer of songs, a preserver of forgotten truths. Yet in defiance of my itinerant nature, I have elected to remain here for a time to compose new works. You being a traveling sinner, I'm sure you've seen your share of adventures. Such stories often serve as the best sort of inspiration. Perhaps I could persuade you to regale me with one or two. So, fun fact, the Wandering Minstrel / Minstreling Wanderer is Yoshi P. It is, in fact, based on Yoshi P, the man himself. And one of the seasonal quests even reveals that it's just a little Easter egg that this dude who's giving you all the extreme trials that you just keep talking to, who appears everywhere, is in fact Yoshi P. But okay, now we can do those off stream. Because I don't particularly want to try to find a party to do that synced. I'd prefer unsynced. Because we can get the titanium weapons crafted from those, and those weapons are so good. Let's see. Okay, Q still waiting. Hopefully it pops soon. Could risk story cutscene, but I don't want to. That's too much of a risk. Also, titles. Do I have another title to use instead of just Under the Moonlight? Suppose I could just use Shadowbringer. Oh, actually, no, let's use Of the Sunless Sea. I like that. Alright, I need to reassign gear so that it lets me update this. So that way if I'm... So that whenever I queue for content, it actually shows my portrait. It's tempting to risk it. I honestly, I could have risked the cutscene earlier. The other alternative is leave queue, do cutscene, pick up next quest, get back in queue. I might do that. Let's see if anybody in my free company's around. No, I'm the only one online right now. That's fine. It's still fairly early on a Sunday. Sunday. Screw it. Let's leave queue for now. Do the cutscene, pick up next quest, and then we can hop back in. Do you have business with the Crystal Exarch? Just say the word and I would be happy to escort you to the Ocular. Ah, Panifer, you are returned. I hope your time in the source was suitably restful. But of course it wasn't. Go on. The corporeal ether shows signs of instability. By the gods, the possibility never even occurred to me. If you have returned in the hope that my research has yielded a solution, I fear you will be sorely disappointed. 'Tis but a mercy we have the likes of Mistress Kryl and Master Motoya to keep our friends' bodies safe while we wrestle with the problem. But they cannot forestall the separation of body and soul indefinitely. Come, the others must be told.
Pray excuse my late arrival.
Will Thancred and Reen not be joining us?
Nay, milady. With apologies to all, they beg leave to pursue their investigation of the empty to its conclusion. Should matters here demand their presence, however, they did assure me that they would make themselves available.
Yes, of course. Then let us proceed. I think it best that you begin by providing a summary of Mistress Kryl's findings.
I suppose it was only to be expected that some change would occur.
Yet our souls seem unaffected, to my eye at least. How long they will remain so is another question. Kryl is right. It is imperative we find a way to return to the source.
Perhaps an explanation of the method by which I brought you here will yield some inspiration. Ere I begin, it must be noted that I am by no means a gifted mage. In order to employ powerful magics, I must rely upon the Crystal Tower and its boundless reservoirs of energy. The magic that summoned you was no exception. 'Tis a singular spell, adapted through painstaking effort from the technique that transported me to the first. To use an analogy, it works by cutting a hole in the fabric of reality. A hole tailored to the object of summoning, through which it and it alone may pass unscathed. Though I succeeded in creating said hole, I failed to latch onto my intended target. Instead of you, the spell found those close to you, and ended up summoning them in their incomplete state. I would not soon throw my life away, not after the lengths you and yours went to save it. And so long as I breathe, I will spare no effort to see you safely home. But should all else fail, and your lives be at stake, there remains one
No.
sure
No,
method.
no, no. Absolutely not.
Oh. What was that for?
You're considering that idea?
How can you even entertain such thoughts? You owe your life to the Warrior of Light, and you don't get to die unless she says so.
Exactly.
Your followers await your divine judgment.
What did you just...
If the two of you have finished, perhaps we could return to our discussion? Rather than dwelling upon the multiple failed attempts at transference, I think it would behoove us to focus on the solitary success. I would draw your attention to the fact that our friend can travel between worlds possessed not only of her body and soul, but her personal effects besides. This is no different from the teleportation magics to which we are all accustomed. Magics that allow for the transportation of those inanimate objects one considers to be an extension of oneself.
Are you suggesting that simply by considering us her possessions, she could carry our souls back to the source upon her person?
Well, it would be nice if things were that simple for a change. But vague notions of ownership seem a rather tenuous thing to stake our lives on. So much as a moment of doubt on her part, and we'd be left floating in the rift.
Milady hath the right of it. The requisite fixity of belief would be too much to ask even of our friend. Yet were we to immure our souls within an object in her possession, mayhap then our safe passage could be assured.
Who?
White Auracite would, I believe, serve as a suitable vessel for this purpose. It was conceived to imprison the massy soul of an Ascian, and should house one of ours with relative ease. We would need only to ensure our soul's safe preservation inside the stone, and identify a means by which they might be transferred back unto our vacant bodies.
Soul preservation and transference. I believe I know of someone who may be able to assist us. On the far shore of the source, there stands a great palace built by the elves. It was forsaken in the wake of the flood, but a certain Nummo chose to make their home there soon after. Though they have long lived as a recluse, they once occupied a place of honor in Verbert's royal court, and it is said that none in all of Norvrand is more knowledgeable than they on matters of the soul.
Well, I've no objection to seeking a helping hand, but if they've gone to such lengths to hide themselves away from the world, what makes you think they'd be willing to lend us one?
A worthy question. Years ago, I myself tried and failed to solicit their cooperation in the battle against the Sin Eaters. No sooner had I begun to make my plea than they unleashed a swarm of their familiars upon me. Unlike me, however, you have curried favor with the Fae folk. By that merit alone, I am hopeful that they would grant you an audience. They may still be inclined to turn you away, of course, but if their knowledge might feasibly facilitate your return home, we have to try.
The Grand Cosmos, that is, the palace we seek, stands on the opposite shore of the source. I will arrange for a boat to carry us there. Whilst thou journeyest thither, I think it best I devote mine energies to the creation of White Auracite, by thy leave, of course. The process required no small amount of time, and should the Nummo consent to lend us their aid, we will have need of a suitable vessel ere long. Agreed. And I would ask the rest of you to meet me in Solon Inn. Do be prepared for a warm reception. Okay. We will make our way there and queue for the twinning as we speed along. Yeah, because we are level 80 Reaper, and that means we have Enshroud, and I absolutely love Enshroud. Because it turns these three buttons into some spicy little toys to mess with. 82, we're gonna get this, and this one's really good because you could just pop it out of combat instantly. And then you have an instant cast spicy attack in combat. How much damage does Harvest Moon do? It's 600 potency for the first and 400 for all remaining. So you can use it to pull ads. And yes, popping Intrad gets us these three: Void Reaping, Cross Reaping, and Grim Reaping. It's AoE, and then these are alternating single targets. You pop one, the next one lights up, then you just alternate. But at 90... you get Communio, which is the end of your Enshroud rotation. You would go pop, 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 and then you pop Communio for extra spicy damage. But since we don't have that yet, we just do pop, 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 pop. And that's still spicy because it's 520, 520. So you're literally just getting 520 or damage attacks, or that damage potency. And it doesn't use damage, it uses potency. But hopefully Q shouldn't take too long to pop for the twinning, because it is a level cap dungeon. Those being 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Which means anybody queuing for high-level dungeons should get it. Well, okay, currently the high-level dungeons are 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, because this level 100 dungeons are counted as expert dungeons. The current expansions, level cap dungeons, are all just counted as expert dungeons. Yeah, if we can stumble upon some training dummies or something, I could show off the Enshroud rotation. And if not, I'll show it up in the dungeon. Now we're gonna have 2 dungeons to do. One for fun, one for story. And I still need to do the last... how many? I have 4 quests to do here. You know what, that's what we'll do. While we're waiting for the twinning to pop, we'll go do the... okay, we'll do this, get this dungeon ready to go, and then we'll go do the flying quests. How about we have flying here? Because if we're waiting in queue for dungeons, we might as well actually do something. Something useful. Because past here, we need to get flying in the Tempest, then the last 2 quests in Colucia, and all 4 in Ilmeg. And I'll do Ilmeg, Colucia, and the Tempest off-stream. But we can do Lakeland while we're scuttling about here. That way we just have flying. And I will make it a point in Endwalker to do the flying quests as we're progressing along. Pick up the Aether Currents, then do all the requisite quests we need. Cutscene! As I told you before, I had scarcely set foot on the palace grounds when I was set upon by our host's familiars. And I expect our reception today to be no different, which is why I propose we march through the main gate, weapons drawn. I'm sorry, but are we not here to petition for assistance? You can't honestly think barging and looking for a fight is going to persuade them. Actually, I believe the Exarch may have the right of it. They have no doubt poured a great deal of time and energy into their creations. For I should be most interested to meet with those who could overcome my defenses. As for any true seeker of knowledge, and there is little we can say or do to convince them to help us if we know nothing of their character, nor less why they chose to hide themselves from the world. But if we can seize their interest, mayhap we can earn ourselves an audience. Sounds like a plan. Weapons drawn it is, then. Though I must say, Exarch, you certainly seem to be enjoying all of this. Do I? Well, I will not deny that I enjoyed the thought of fighting alongside you all rather than pacing about inside the Crystal Tower. You both seem to be in rather high spirits if you ask me. Not that I'm surprised. Your moods invariably improve when Pennifer is around. What exactly are you implying? She averted a calamity and the light which seemed destined to consume her has been extinguished. It's only natural that we'd be pleased to see her. Yes, well, you will have plenty of time to celebrate her good health after we've finished here. Of course. Let us proceed to the palace. Ba-ba-ba. So, yes. This is Grand Cosmos is a dungeon we can do with NPCs if we so desire. But it's more fun to do with players. Because players can pull everything. So while we wait for the twinning, let us go unlock our flying. Keep ourselves occupied while we wait for dungeon queues. Because we'll also need to wait for the Grand Cosmos afterwards. That'll take a fair bit of time, because even if it is a story dungeon, it's still gonna take a bit of time. Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3. I think the fourth flying quest is in the Crystarium. We can pick that up after we do these 3. And then we will have flying. I think currently this is the... Oh, there we go. Alright, chat, it's time for some fun. It's time to party. And if you've never seen the twinning before, you're gonna love it. Everyone loves the twinning. Smug Catface activate. Let's go. Volume up, background music up. It's time to jam. A chicken tender, get ready to fry. A galleon sever, away with the time. Illusion that Let's go, BB, let's go. Yeah, buddy, it's time to party. Reaper, Gunbreaker, Viper, I know... Pictomancer, I think. in Scholar. Let's go, baby, let's go. It's time to enshroud. Yeah, buddy, yeah, buddy, yeah, buddy. Spicy damage, big dick damage. You love to see it. We're reaping good in the neighborhood. Oh, that hurt. Whee! Oh boy, we broke the windows. That's a problem. That could be a problem. Ow. That hurt. I don't think we're surviving this, chat. Okay, I mean, there's one ad left if they get the ad. Wait, why is the heal using Physic? Why are they using Physic? This is level 80. You don't use Physic at 80. Physic's like level 1 crap. Why is the heal using Physic? That's that basic level 1 garbage. It's like your beginning healing spell. You don't use Physic. Ow. that. I think we're cooked. Flank. Ha ha. Why is the healer using Physic? Why is the healer using the level 1 healing? They're a level 80 scholar. They have 100 buttons. They have like 100 something thingies they could push. So I'm confused as to why the healer is using Physic, of all things. Okay, we're doing much better this time. I can't really do my rotationals because the boss is in the flames. I'm just gonna stand right here and not cleave the bubbles holding the ads. There we go, much better. Kinda sucks that I can't do my rotationals, but that's fine. It's almost dead. Well, nope, we can get it. We can get it before the ads become this problem. Let's go, baby! Don't need, because I'm not a tank. Right now, at least. And the party is back. Just and tender, ready to fly. Galleon 7, away with the tide. Chop, 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 chop. Slice, 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 and dice, dice, dice. Bonk. Oh, that's not a Pikmin, so that's a Viper. Okay, that's why I'm getting out DPS, because we have 2 melees. And they're almost certainly... No, yeah, they're definitely much higher level gear and whatnot. Yeah, I'll gladly get out damaged by a melee. Okay, now we have 2 Enshroud. Let's go, baby. Get reaped on, nerds. A casting. I'm not a caster. I don't need that. Oh no, Tank, oh no, what is this you do? Why are you putting that on me? Don't put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Don't you put that evil on me, Ricky Bobby. Oh no. Okay, that's fine. Nothing bad ever happens, ever. I don't need casting gear. I do need slaying. Chicken tender, ready to fry. Ba-da-ba-da-bum-bum. Okay, you overgrown coffee makers, let's go. Get clowned on. Now for Spicy Boy. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, it's funny, we haven't done the Alexander raids yet, so we haven't seen the original version of this dude on stream yet. Sealed off, what do you mean? Do you mean? You mean the tank just pulled while two of us were in a cutscene? What do you mean? But of course, the tank's too pull happy. I'm probably gonna get cleaved by a crap ton of damage off the rip. Bip, bip, bip. Ow. Nope, that's maybe what I get for greeting damage, but also I'm trying to figure out what in the blazes is going on. Nope, please don't stand on me. Please don't stand on me. Oh, good golly gosh. Is that a safe spot? Is that a safe spot? That was somehow a safe spot. Pop that. Tap, tap, tap. Oh, good golly gosh. Okay, I'm staying over here. This might be safe. This might be safe. I think this is safe. Okay, that was safe. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, 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 chop. Defend against this pants grab. GG. That was fun. I love the twinning. I will give you the calm, because why not? I don't need the defending gear, so later. And now, oh, you take me all the way here. That's cringe. I was literally about to pick up the next quest, and you were... Okay, fine. I'll teleport here, then I'll get into the queue for the Grand Cosmos, and then I'll start doing Aether Current quests. If you're gonna take me all the way back to the Crystarium. When I was almost here. Okay, clear. Dungeon reduce. Grand Cosmos. That should give us a wee bit of time to work on Aether Current quests. Damn it all, we can ill afford to lose another. Oh there, friend. Might you lend me your aid? One of my best men has yet to return from his patrol, and I fear the worst. As you can see, his Amuro made it back safely, but my man's nowhere to be found. Could you search for him in my stead? I would go myself, but I can't very well abandon my post. Wee wee. Bloody beast, where do you think you're... too late I suppose, but wait. Do you reckon he's gone back for his rider? Sorry to trouble you, friend, but do you think he could follow that Amuro for us? That scaly brute might be my best chance at finding our man. Take this out with you. I reckon there's a good chance he's out there too wounded to have made his way back. Okie dokie. You will find an injured person. I think this dude up the stairs has a quest. Yep. Sinard. Ooh, there. If you're not otherwise occupied at the moment, how's about lending me a hand or two? You've got me on repair duty, and what with the sorry state this place is in, it's definitely not a one-man job. It's simple enough task. Just take this here pail of mortar, find a couple of spots where the walls are looking ragged, and apply a healthy dab. Thanks, friend. But with our ranks thinned as they are, we need all the help we can get. Okay, down to go up. Use this, and then I'll go grab that. 3 and 4. Easy peasy. We love a nice quick quest. Whee! Splat. I saw you hard work out there, friend. I'll rest easy tonight knowing that some of the ugliest patches of our walls are looking good as new. Are you familiar with the history of the Imperative, perchance? It was built nigh on a century ago by the elves who ruled Lakeland in those days. After the flood, it served as one of our bastions of defense against the Sin Eaters. Yes, this fort's taken its fair share of beatings, but it stands tall to this day, watching over and protecting the Crystarium and its people. And it's our job to keep it standing. Material and manpower shortages be damned. Of course, we couldn't do it without the generous efforts of volunteers like you. I reckon you have a real talent for repairs. Mayhap I could interest you in joining the guard as a full-time wall mender? Ha 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 ha, I jest, of course. I've already taken enough of your time today. Thank you, friend, and be careful out there. Another one. Oh, howdy howdy. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome, Timeline Man and Raiders. Welcome, welcome. For those of you who do not know me, I am Penny. I am everyone's big sister, a bundle of chaotic kindness. I love to live to love, and love you all. What were we up to today? Ooh, fun. Fun. Don't think I've ever heard of Cold Steel. Now that sounds like a worthy way to have a stream, getting your butt kicked by a hot pirate lady. Hold it right there, Greenhorn. If you thought you could just stroll right past your senior without asking how you might aid me in my duties, you have another think coming. Another thing game? It just so happens that I have a task for you to perform. This is a supply order that must be delivered to Means at Radisca's route. You are to take it to him and to do so with all speed. Okay, that probably should have been thing, not think, but... a multi-million-dollar MMO by a big company. Now it's a dungeon time. We can finish these 2 quests after. Got a lizard, a cat, and I couldn't see who the other 2 are. It looks like another lizard. 2 lizards, a cat, and not quite sure who the 4th or who our healer is. Maybe they're just a regular old human being. And there ain't nothing wrong with human beings. We like all beings of all kinds, especially humans. Wabam! Gotcha! Okay, Reaper, Paladin, Scugular, and Pictomancer. We got an artist. More like a fartist. Well, our scholar seems confident if they're running around pulling everything. Let's go, baby! We're pouring out in damage. Onwards to the first boss. Boss. I take it for this mechanic, you don't want to be near the brooms when they get to a patch of stuff in the ground to sweep. Bop. Bop. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, chop, chop. Chop, 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 chop. Oh, my damage buff went down. That's no good. Oh no, okay, I'm taking roll stacks. Bad broom. That's swish, swish, swish. Oh, yes, 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 yes. I love this set. This is such a good set. This set makes you feral. And we're guaranteed to get the claw boots. Claws and paws, paws and claws. I don't need casting crap. That's really not good. And I'm gonna bump my mic. And there, now we've got two Enshrouds ready to go off the rip. Pop that. Seeds are moved. Good. There we go. Chop, chop, chop. Ooh, crap. 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 Well, at least I'll get the boots. Boots with the fur. No apple bottom jeans included. A Lugus. That's a Lugus. Good to know. Oh, don't tell me they started the fight already. They started the fight. My biscuits are burning. Why? Dude, Tank, what are you doing? I'm trying to position myself and you're running behind me? You want to take more damage? Do you have a Death Wish, Tank? Do you want to take all the damage in the world? I'm trying to move so you don't get cleaved needlessly. You're just like, oh, I'm gonna run behind the D-Path that's trying to do their job. Cringe, 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 cringe. Not so cringe. Dude, Tank, what are you doing? I am trying to deal damage and you're running away. What is this silly nonsense? Okay, I guess the tank is just gonna soak the damage in Vuln stacks. Dungeon done. Ba 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 ba. Mm-hmm. And one single piece of maiming gear, nothing but like casting, healing, striking. That's kind of cringe.
was my fiercest familiar. Oh, impressive.
Aw, they're cute.
Backlogue, 'tis good to see you again after all these years. And judging by your vigorous greeting, I dare say the feeling is mutual. To be sure, a simple shake of the hand would have sufficed by way of welcome, but I shan't complain. But you must be wondering as to the purpose of our visit.
Oh
We come
boy.
to beg your assistance in a most urgent matter.
Sake? Beg?
Our comrades' very souls are in danger. If we are to save them, we will need the benefit of your unsurpassed knowledge on the matter. Please, will you not sit and hear our plea?
Oh, how dare you! How dare you speak thus in my presence! It was to escape such words of temptation that I hid myself from the world of men. You are sinners, one and all, and I swore never again to have any part in your affairs.
I can only imagine what terrible events forced you into a life of seclusion. But I know that the Numo are a good and noble folk. It is not in your nature to turn a blind eye to the plight of those around you. And in treating with us, I am certain whatever mistrust you feel for man will begin to heal.
If you will not be satisfied, I suppose I could listen. After all, there's no harm in just... No, I mustn't. Not again. That damn court mage seemed to have the best of intentions too, and countless innocents died for my naivety. Oh, you know not what you ask of me, what horrors my knowledge has wrought. Of all the visitors I could possibly have, they're even more stubborn than I am.
Oh. No.
Oh, very well. I will hear your petition, but that is all. And I expect fitting payment for my troubles.
Commensurate with your contribution to our cause. No more and no less, I promise you. With that settled, might I impose upon you to join us at the Crystarium? I'm afraid the nature of my friend's predicament calls for absolute secrecy.
There you are. The others have gone ahead to the Crystal Tower with Backlog. For the record, I truly wish we hadn't had to resort to using such words in treating with them. I have ever sought to convince, not compel. Yet I cannot deny that a part of me is glad Urianger shared his knowledge of the Pneumo with us. Had he not, Backlog wouldn't be here. Speaking of whom, we should hurry. To keep our guest waiting would only add insult to injury. We mustn't dally here any longer, Pennifer. If Backlog is to hear the truth of our travails, then the first, you of all people should be present. Okay, now we can finish the 2 side quests and then head to the Crystarium. Easy peasy. And I think there's one more side quest in the Crystarium we need to do for flying, and then boom. Bing, bang, boom. Looks like they are uppies some more. Aha. Well met, traveler. Brings you to our outpost this day. A supply order from Tiana at the Ostal Imperative? But why, pray tell, are you delivering this and not one of our own men? Mistaken for a new recruit, you say? You really should make a point to clarify the situation next time. Not that I don't appreciate your service, of course, but Tiana has a reputation for running roughshod over anyone she can. While I am loath to impose upon you further, if you'll be returning to the Imperative regardless, I was hoping I might trouble you to deliver the supplies Tiana has requested. I'm afraid the recent Sin Eater attacks have left us rather short-handed. Okay, I can chat with some people. Hail there, friend. Say, have you ever wondered how Resisker's Round got its name? Wait, don't answer that. I have mind to tell you anyway. Redisker was a guardsman in the early days, one of our best and bravest, as the records tell. They say he gave his life holding up a horde of Sin Eaters just long enough for a group of refugees to flee to safety. The body of this hero was discovered right here at this tower, and ever since then it's been named in his honor. Makes a man proud to serve, I say. Oh there, stranger. We don't get many travelers in these parts. What do you think of the Round? It's an odd one as far as forts go, wouldn't you say? Truth is, each day is actually the ruins of a larger structure built over a century ago. We took over what was left and converted it into a lookout tower of sorts to serve us in our struggle against the Sin Eaters. Seeing as how it stands at a major fork in the high road, the location's rather ideal, you see. We can see threats coming in from miles away and send out patrols to deal with them before they get too close. Of course, it gets kinda lonely all the way out here, but what can you do? It is what it is. Traveler. Ha, you're an odd one to pick this place for a leisurely excursion. Me, I can think of 100 places I'd rather be. Since you're kind enough to grace us with your company, why don't I tell you a bit about this place? Radiscus Round was built on the ruins of an old belfry. In more peaceful days, its clarion would ring out through Lakeland to announce the time of day. Since the flood, however, the bell serves a purpose far more grim, to warn the residents of Lakeland of Sin Eater attacks. Oh, would that the day return when its bell ring again brings only joy and not fear. See, I don't need to do that because I was half expecting the side quest to actually take us back up there, but no. So we don't need to. We can now do the other side quest and then off to the Crystarium for more story. This one, we just need to follow where the bird went. Where are you going, birdie? South. Oh, we found the dude. Thank you, friend. When the beast knocked me from my mount, I thought it was the end of me, for sure. But however, did you know where to look? My mount led you to me? You don't say. I owe you an apology, little fellow. Fear that you ran off in fear of my foe, but it turns out you were looking for help the whole time. Can you forgive me for doubting you? And with that, I'd best head back to the Imperative and let everyone know I'm alright. Thank you, my friend, you saved my life today. Okay, let's turn that in, and then... Crystarium. Yeah, man, it is toasty out already, and it's supposed to be scorching for the next while. Like, today it's supposed to be in the 80s. I think it's supposed to get close to 90 tomorrow. Then we have like 2 days of 70s weather, and then it's like 7-8 straight days after that of 80s weather. Which sucks, but we deal. There you are. I was hoping that you'd return so I could properly express my gratitude. You'll be happy to know, as I would, that my man has safely returned to the Imperative. Those Amuro can be stubborn brutes at times, but times like this make a man appreciate what loyal companions they truly are. I'd say this one's earned himself some extra feed for dinner today. I always treat your birds nicely. Thankfully, I've not got any super intense streams planned, so I can ride out the heat without melting too much. Like, tomorrow I'm actually posted my schedule on social yet. Tomorrow I'm playing Peak. Wednesday we start Metal Gear Solid 2. Friday is more Skyrim. Next Sunday's more Final Fantasy. Nothing super intensive. All fun games.
I'm sorry. You mean to tell me not only that the return of night was your doing, but that you hail from another world as well?
Yep.
Everything we told you, of the source, the shards, the 7 umbral calamities, all of it is true. I realize how fantastical it sounds, and I would not blame you for doubting our testimony. But given your expertise, you must surely have noted the peculiar nature of their souls.
Any other time and I would have dismissed your stories as balderdash and flummery. But upon closer inspection, 'tis plain their souls are far denser than is normal, and that they do not possess true bodies. Save you. Your body is your own. And your soul is the densest of them all.
As I said before, were it not for their heroism, the skies over Norvrant would still be awash with light, the realm yet at the mercy of Vorthri and the Sin Eaters. After all they have done for our home, seeing them safely back to their own, it seems the very least we can do.
Your tale is intriguing. Yes, very intriguing indeed. Simply to hear it is fitting payment in itself. As for your friends, I can but agree. Their valorous deeds on behalf of Norvrant are deserving of recognition, of their own fitting payment.
You will help us then?
I will. I would see my knowledge put to good use for a change. I do have one condition, however. I am not the spry young Numo I once was. As such, I will require assistance in my fieldwork and testing.
It would be our pleasure. We'll be laboring for our own benefit after all.
You have spun quite a tale, but tell me, have you given any thought as to how you might return to your world? Quite our side, you say? An intriguing proposition, but one which fails to account for the present state of your souls. They have become highly charged, likely as a consequence of having maintained tangible forms for so long. In such an energetic, unstable state, there is no telling what may happen to their souls within the aura site. They could very well become immutable to transference, never to be restored to their bodies. Then, would it be possible to force our souls into a state of dormancy prior to transference? In theory, yes. But the soul is not a candle to be snuffed out and relit on a whim. Well, that sounds ominous. What exactly would rendering our souls dormant entail? In order to maintain a corporeal form, your souls constantly draw ether from your surroundings. This process must be halted and the resulting surfeit of ether removed. Your minds would ultimately be separated from these faux bodies of yours, rendering you incapable of interacting with the world around you. A cruel fate under normal circumstances, but one which will be rectified upon your return home. Leaving lifeless husks like those poor souls at the end of Journey's Head, corrupted by the Sin Eaters, their aether made stagnant by the light. Corrupted. Stagnant. Might I see these unfortunate individuals? Why? Do you think you might be able to help them? I might. Or I might not. But I shan't know for sure until I have seen their condition firsthand. And I would be glad to take you to them on the understanding that you won't do anything which might increase their suffering. It was my faith in man I lost, not my compassion. Well, I see no need for all of us to accompany you. While you escort our guests to the inn, I will assist Urianger in creating the requisite aura site. I believe my talents would be better applied to that endeavor as well. Might I leave the three of you to assist Becklug as necessary? Let us make for Almering then. And we have flying in Almering, perfect. While we're teleporting, I'm gonna get up and grab a drink real quick. Okie dokie, and we are back. Little stretch break too, which was nice. So this is Halaric, is it? This is etheric balance leans perilously toward the light, towards stasis. What do you suppose will happen to him? Not too bright, are you, Boar? Same as all poor souls corrupted by the light, he will become a sin eater. You don't know that. We've defeated the Wardens and banished the light from the night sky. Howard was completely unresponsive before, but now... And perhaps there is yet hope. If I may, there is a treatment I wish to administer to the patients. What sort of treatment? In the course of my studies of the soul, I once created a tonic which could temporarily stimulate the aether in one's body. After some refinement, it came to be used by the Knights of Vobert, then for far darker purposes. Lest it fall into the wrong hands, I swore never again to make it, but for their sakes I will break that oath. It is not like to reverse the stagnation, mind you, but it should offer some measure of relief. Afternoon, Todden. What is this warmth I feel in my chest? I feel warm. And my legs, they don't feel as heavy. Well, that's promising. Now then, have you noted any change in the patients? A notable rise in body temperature and increased motor function, in most of the patients at least. More severely afflicted show no response. As I feared then. It is true that with the restoration of night, corrupting influence of light will no longer grow. And yes, their bodies will naturally return to equilibrium given time. But this holds true only for their corporeal aether. Their incorporeal aether, that of the soul, is not so easily mended. Which is why those in the later stages of corruption, like Howard, appear unaffected by your tonic. Precisely. The boy's soul is too far gone, his mind held together by the finest of threads. There is a chance he may one day recover, of course, but it could take years, decades even. By the gods, he could wake to find himself an old man. A fine reward for his persistence, the opportunity to mourn the life he never had a chance to live. No, there must be something we can do. Look, I realize this is not why we petitioned your aid, but do you think it possible we can find a way to hasten the recovery? Maybe. Nor do I think it impossible that in treating them, we might learn something of relevance to your own predicament. I suspect the Crystal Exarch has told you of my past, that I was once a mage of the Royal Court of Vobert, and that soulcraft was my field of study. The tonic you administer to the patients here is one of the fruits of my labors. I hoped to do great things for the kingdom. But in the end, my knowledge brought only suffering, a plague the like of which none had ever seen. In the hands of unscrupulous men, what should have been my greatest triumph instead became my greatest shame. That I do. A comforting thought indeed. But let us return to the task at hand, finding a means by which we might revitalize these people's incorporeal aether. Do you think it can be done? Were the sky still ablaze with primordial light, I would call it an exercise in futility. But now we may have a chance. The method I have in mind will entail the conjuring of a familiar. They are able to amplify the energies poured into them, making them the perfect conduit for the aether revitalizing magics we will ultimately employ. If you're about to launch into a lengthy explanation of the metaphysics of your plan, don't bother. I'd rather get on with doing whatever it is that needs to be done if it's all the same to you. Whatever reagents must be procured or spells invoked, I'll do it. I admire your spirit. Very well. Your first task will be to gather the necessary materials. The purest of waters and finest of clays, as well as a fey lantern brimming with pixie magic. If you're convinced the resulting familiar could help the patients, fine. Alphino, the water and clay will be simple enough, but I think you know what we'll have to do to get the lantern. You don't mean... The pixies took quite a liking to us before. If we humor them with our company, I'm sure they'll be willing to help us. Fine. We'll pay a visit to Ilmeg, though I never thought you would be the one to suggest going back there. I'm impressed you've been there at all, let alone befriended the faithful. Oh, while you're about it, seek out the Pneumo of Plateni. They will be able to supply you with water suitable for our needs. Right, let's get this over with, shall we? There still remains the matter of the clay. Might I prevail upon you to find it? Yep, I'll find some clay. Aiken. Clay from Amarang would likely be best. Know you of anyone who might be able to assist us? Yes. They will be able to point you in the right direction, I am sure. While you and the twins are occupied, I will see if there's aught else I can learn of the stagnation which afflicts the people here. And instead of teleport... let us surf on a giant robot. In fact, normally have mountain music off, but just for this. Forward and back, and then forward and back, and then go forward and back, then put 1 foot forward, forward and back. And then go forward and back, then put 1 foot forward, forward and back, and then forward and back, and then go forward and back, and put 1 foot forward, forward and back, and then forward and back, forward and back, then put 1 foot forward. Transcendental. Exponential. And P. Forward and back, and then forward and back, and then go forward and back, then put 1 foot forward. Such a good song. Pennifer, well, what a coincidence. You've come at a good time. We've just this moment to finish repairing the Talos Centrale Lot took to Nabatharang. The trolley was no trouble, but the Talos would have been another matter, had we not had a visit from Master Chai. He offered us a share of the leftover building materials from Daedalus Stoneworks, as well as a few trade secrets to help us along. Clever man, that Chai knows. He seemed pretty keen on the ideas I had for putting the giant Talos to work. Like a giant trolley. But Magnus still refuses to see all the good we could do with it. You're entitled to your dreams, Jarek, but that doesn't mean you can go harassing your guests with them. Master Chai was just being polite. And something tells me Pennifer here didn't come all this way to talk about trolleys. What is it you need, friend? I see, and this familiar requires clay from Amarang? Well, look no further. If anyone can find you some quality clay, it's us. Saying that, it isn't exactly a commodity nowadays, but there must be some lurking somewhere or other waiting to be dug up. If I'm not mistaken, there was a time when they used to take clay from Mount Biron mines to make adobe bricks. Place is swarming with coyotes now, but if you're after the good stuff, you could do worse than to look there. Man, I haven't heard this song in ages. I normally have mount music off. I used to play with mount music on, but a lot of the mounts used similar songs, so it was just like, it's kind of tiring hearing the same thing over and over. But it is nice from time to time to get a blast from the past with the mount music. You wanna go? Mutt? Okay, does this have different mount music? Nope. This one does. This one has Tsukuyomi's music. Still such a good fight. Well, I have that mount now from Leviathan, which I should add to favorites because I like Leviathan's music. The fire thing, 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 the fire thing. Twins have returned, and in one piece at that. I was convinced the pixies would turn at least one of them into a garden ornament, but no. You have the clay, I take it. Clay of the non-Aiken variety. Wonderful. We need but combine the clay and the water, then heat the mixture with the Fey Lantern. After that, it will be a simple matter of settling upon a suitable form and performing the necessary incantation. Backlog, I have a question. In the event that we had need of the spell and you weren't around, would it be possible for another to perform the incantation? Assuming they possess the requisite skill, yes. How can the others have suffered so much, and I swore to do everything in my power to save them? If there was a chance the spell could do that, I would be the one to invoke it. Mayhap you should be the one to do so. A deep understanding of the subject's physical state, combined with a strong desire to help them, can drastically increase the magic's effect. And you are plainly more familiar with these peoples than I. I dare say there are few in all of Norvran more dedicated to finding a cure. Is that not so, Pannifer? Absolutely the best one for the job. I'll give it my all for Howrick for Tesleen. Then we are all of a mind on the matter. Alizé shall be the one to conjure the familiar. Let's go, BB!
Let us begin. I trust you've prepared the clay? Very good. Now, I would have you sculpt for me a Porksy. Plump, with floppy ears and a short curly tail.
A Porksy. I think I know what you mean. There we are. How's that?
Oh my god. What the heck is that?
Well, it's certainly creative. There's no denying that.
You call that a Porksy?
Yes, I'm no artist. Very funny.
Pay him no mind, child. Though it may look like a grotesque parody of reality, it is what the invoker believes that matters.
You're not helping.
But I speak the truth. If successful, this incantation will turn imagination into reality. Which is why the only thing of import is what you believe this figure embodies. You must focus. Hold the Porksy's image steady in your mind's eye. Now then, as I taught you, relax and allow your energies to flow.
With flesh of clay I bid thee rise, on wings of dreams to touch the skies. What once was idle fantasy, I call forth to reality.
Oh my god, it's cute.
Not bad for a first attempt.
It's so chubby, and it's got those floppy wings for ears.
Now, let us see what can be done for young Halric. Through the operation of the magics you invoked to animate this familiar, it is now replete with the energies required to stir the boy's soul. You need but give it a name, and it will do as your heart desires.
A name. All right, I've decided. Now. Go, Angelo!
Mother,
Right, did something. It did a lot of something, actually. How is he, Becklug? Did it work? I believe it did. You and your fledgling familiar have done it well. If my eyes do not deceive, a hint of color has returned to his soul. Gods, I would jump for joy if I weren't so exhausted. We're so close now, Halric. As you are even now in the process of discovering, this magic asks much of the invoker, which you may not have realized is that the same is also true of the subject. As such, we must proceed with caution. However, with further treatment, I have the utmost confidence the boy will make a full recovery. Observing the reanimation of his stagnant soul has been most enlightening. I will need time to put my theories to the proof, but I believe I can fashion a spell to produce the opposite effect, that is, to induce stagnation, thus enabling our safe transport back to the source via Arcite. A thought occurred to me about this treatment. Becklug said when the soul is rendered dormant, the mind is separated from the body, that a person becomes incapable of interacting with the world around them. Does that not sound a lot like some of the tempered back in the source? Not really. It is the fate of most tempered to become slaves to primals, save in a handful of cases, or am I missing something? If I can master this technique, the art of revitalizing the soul, I know of at least one in the source who could desperately use such treatment. Gabu. Our boy Gabu, let's go. Exactly. His condition is uncannily similar to Halric's, is it not? The only difference being that his soul was suffused with earth-aspected ether instead of light. It follows that if his soul is subject to a similar kind of stagnation, there may be a chance we can save him, right? Forgive me, but who is this Gabu fellow of whom you speak? A friend. I see. This condition does sound similar, yet there is much and more about the soul that remains unknown even to me. I say this not to discourage you, you understand, but to remind you that this is delicate work we do here. Work requiring patience. Of course. And as long as there is hope for the patients here, I will devote whatever time is needed to see this through. But I refuse to spend that time in idleness. If it's all the same to you, I'd like to stay here with Angela and continue with her treatment. The two of you should return to the Crystarium with Backlog and see if you can't make some headway with their newly posited theories. I would tell you to rest first, but I see you're not to be convinced. Ah, the fire of youth. Let us return to the Crystarium, then. Finally, I found you. Aishir? Aishir, what are you doing all the way out here? There's trouble back in Yulmore. Lady Chai's beside herself, sighing, pacing, the whole lot. Nirina begged me to go and find you. Sighing and pacing, you say? It must be urgent. I take it I will be returning to the Crystarium alone. Go on then, it's not as if I have anything for you to do. Thank you, Backlog. Sorry for bothering you and all that, but she says the future of Yulmore's at stake. Ba, 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 ba. I think we might have 3 or 4 more quests to do for today. Lady Chai's up in the parlor. Best not keep her waiting, eh? I can peek real quick and check. FF14 MSQ. Shadow Rings MSQ. Five more after this one. Still making good progress. It's only been not even 3 hours yet. Well, not here seems out of the ordinary, though I do not see Lady Chai anywhere. Probably pacing around outside again, staring off into the distance and all that. Sighing. Strange. Let's see if we can find her and discover the source of her distress. Okay, yeah, that's what you sell. You sell that. I don't have 25 million gil. And even if I did, I wouldn't spend 25 million gil on them out.
Oh, thank heavens you're here.
Lady Chai, whatever is the matter?
I knew not where else to turn. Oh, this is all too much for my poor heart to bear alone.
Alone? What of Master Chai?
That is the very reason I summoned you. He's gone.
What? What happened?
It all began after the events at Mount Gulg. With Lord Vorthry out of the way, we all agreed that a new leader must be chosen.
And so you held an election?
Yes, well, sort of. Not a single person volunteered to stand, you see. After a lifetime of leisure, we free citizens have grown somewhat indolent. Readapting to the harsh realities of life is trying enough, but to take charge of a broken city as well? No one wanted such responsibility. Nevertheless, Yulmore could not well do without a leader, and so we decided that anyone and everyone should be considered a candidate. And after we cast our ballots and tallied the votes, the mayorship fell upon my dear husband.
Well, given the manner in which he orchestrated the construction of the giant Talos, none could deny his leadership qualities.
But even before then, he had proven himself at Daedalus Stoneworks, don't forget. He is more than qualified for the role. The perfect choice. Indeed. I told him as much when his victory was first announced. But perhaps I was too forceful in my attempt to encourage him. For shortly after that, he vanished without a word.
You believe he was so daunted by the burden of leadership that he felt compelled to flee? Please, Lady Chai, dry your eyes. Your husband does not strike me as the sort of man who would abandon his duty, much less his beloved wife. There has to be some other reason for his absence.
You truly think so? What about you? What do you think has become of my husband?
And there you have it, Lady Chai. You needn't worry. Master Chai loves you more than all the world, and he will return. Wherever he may have gone, rest assured we will find him.
Thank you, my dear boy. You have set my mind at ease. I will trust in my husband and await his return.
And it is toasty. Might have to take my shirt off for a bit. Alright, yeah, 5 more quests and then we are done for today. Making good progress. It makes no sense for Master Chai to have left without a word, but even if he had, he would not have done so unobserved. Someone here will have seen something, I am sure of it. We should split up and inquire as to whether anyone saw him leave, or failing that, if they have any idea where he might have gone. I will meet you at the Glory Gate to compare notes later on. Oh God, I hate the summer so much. The summer sucks so hard. Master Chai? Well, yes, I spoke with him recently, though I recall he was in a rather dour mood. Concerned about Yulmore's neglect of industry, you see. There's Lord Vauthry's apparently inexhaustible sources of meal, and no great need for money. It's little wonder our businesses were all but forgotten under his rule. But I assured Master Chai that the Botica Splendors will do all it can to contribute to the revival of trade here in Yulmore, which seemed to satisfy him. He took his leave soon after. Okay, then we go down. Mm-hmm. Damn, how hot is it out right now? Let's check. 83. Good golly gosh, it is warm. I got so used to like the 70-degree weather days we were having, and even like mid-60s weather, that now that it's hot, it's just... we're melting. Kinda makes me wish I was an evening streamer and streamed at night, because the nighttime is cooler. Sleep through the day, stream at night. But no. Looking for Master Chai, are you? Is something amiss? When last I saw him, he seemed ready to collapse from exhaustion. I insisted he rest and catch his breath, and we talked for a while about his concerns over the city's defenses, amongst other things. He made more than a few valid points. Many of our men are still recovering after your confrontation with Lord Bothri, and finding General Ranjit in a heap in the middle of the plaza shook us all to the core. The man commanded no small amount of loyalty, and some of our longest-serving soldiers seemed lost without him. Indeed, a number of them left. Not that we blame you, of course. Without you in years, we would still be blind to the error of our ways. Anyway, funding permitted, I propose replenishing our ranks with volunteers from the derelicts in Gatetown. We have a duty to protect not only Yulmore, you see, but the surrounding regions of Colusia as well, and I, for one, would welcome any man or woman willing to take up arms for that cause. Indeed, I told him as much, and he seemed relieved to hear it. It was on that note that we parted ways. He headed outside, as I recall. Yeah, today's definitely going to be a shower day after stream. And maybe not a bust out the oven for dinner day. I recall a man who fit in that description, asked to speak with the poor buggers lately that came from Right. Said he wanted to know the state of things down in the derelicts, and you can be sure we gave him an earful. Lack of food, medicine, clothing, there was plenty to tell. We hunt high and low for whatever we can scavenge, and it's barely enough to fill our bellies, but folk here don't just want to survive, they want to thrive. When he heard that, he started mumbling to himself something about finding us work, I think. Fair play to him, though. Not content with having his ear chewed about the derelicts, he asked about the other settlements and all. After that, I can't really say. It looked like he was heading for Gatetown when I last saw him. At least this quest went fairly quickly, so the next few should too. There you are. How did you fare? Have you learned anything which might offer a clue as to Master Chai's whereabouts? And a 1, and a 2, and a skee-to-doo. Interesting. He apparently paid a visit to the Queen Bee as well. They discussed the possibility of granting admission to customers from outside Yulmore, an idea to which the proprietor was surprisingly receptive. Sounds like he's got big plans for the place. Yulmore, I mean, not the Bee. Perhaps, but the question remains, where did he go after leaving the city? All we know for certain is that Master Chai has shown great concern not only for Yulmore, but its surrounding settlements. It seems logical, then, that having consulted with those within the walls, he would wish to do the same to those without. Pennifer, if you would go and make inquiries and write, I should do likewise in Stilltide. Gatetown, I'll leave to you, Kaishir. Fair enough. Where should we meet when we finish? Well, Top Rung would seem to me to be his next most likely destination. Let us reconvene there. With any luck, one of us will have stumbled upon him by then, but if not, we will be well situated to continue our search. Okie dokie. And I might just do the 2 quests I need for flying here while I'm around. I think they're up in Tomra. Say I think, because I ain't quite sure. Tomra seems like the likely place, or that. It's either that or one of those 2. But we're heading to Top Rung. So we can check that. I know it's not the bottom one, because I did... That leads to, I think, one of the tribes. What music do the balloons have? Okay, I can vibe with this. And we will eventually do the tribes. Once we get caught up on MSQ, we're gonna do the raids. We're gonna do Hildebrand, we're gonna do the trials, because there's quest lines for all the trials. Then we're gonna start the tribes. And we'll definitely need to level crafting and gathering, because each expansion has a crafting and a gathering tribe, which we can power level through our Ishgard restoration and whatnot. No, the name doesn't ring any bells, but there was a rather dapper-looking Mystel gentleman here not long ago. He wants to talk about relations between Wright and Yulmore, or rather the lack of them. He lost a great many people to the promises of a meal and the chance of a lavish life among the free. And Fothry thought to take even more from us, conscripting the few able-bodied men we had left to guard his paradise. I needn't tell you what happened when the Sin Eaters came. Such things are hard to forgive. But Fothry's gone now, and we're curious to see what will become of Yulmore in his absence. That's what I've told your friend. Chynuz, was it? And I'm sure the others said the same. Not what he wanted to hear, I suppose, because he left soon after, and that was that. Yeah, and I'm hoping they bring back the Final Fantasy 15 collab again. I know they've done that a few times. I want to get myself a car. I'm going to get myself the Regalia. So he paid a visit to both Wright and Gate Town as well, did he? I see. Kaishira and I gleaned much the same. He seems determined to salvage what goodwill might yet remain among the settlements of Calusia, the only likely place he has left to go being Amity. Come, if we are quick, we may yet catch up with him. Okay, Amity was where I needed to go anyways, because that's got a Aether Current there. It's honestly so wild seeing how, like, music has changed for, like, trials over expansions. like this part of the base game, and yeah, actually a base game trial of from a Realm Reborn Leviathan. Like, you got like a lot of the trial songs were like this. It's kind of like repetitive, got a good beat. And then you get to the expansion trials, and they have stuff like this. You didn't happen to see a lone girl over at Top Rung, did you? It was her turn to keep an eye on the ladder, but she's well past due to return. No? I wondered what could have. Two of us were once bonded citizens, you see, and we were not treated well. But even after fleeing here to Amity, it seems our experience in Yulmore has left my friend distrustful of most other folk. I wouldn't be surprised to learn that she simply ran and hid when she saw you coming up the cliff. It wouldn't be the first time. I know it's a lot to ask, but do you think you could find her and calm her down? A soothing word from a stranger might go a long way towards rebuilding her confidence. Like, if there was one thing that is consistent about this game through every expansion and the base game, it's that the music is insanely good. Like, they are always on fire with the music. It cooks hard. It's always so good. You get to a dungeon, you get to the first dungeon of a new expansion. Oh, new combat music, new boss music. Let's go. You get to trials. Oh, trial music's actually really good. Oh, please, just let me go. I thought I was supposed to soothe them, not chase them around. I am so excited to get to Endwalker. There you are, girly. Please, I did nothing wrong. Shush, 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 shush. Pat, 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 pat. I saw you come up the ladder. You're a bounty hunter from Yulmore, aren't you? No. Oh, I just thought since. I used to work as a servant to a husband and wife in Yulmore. The Lord would make all manner of suggestive comments, but I did my best to ignore or rebuff his advances. And then one day the lady accused me of tempting her husband. She pulled me aside and had me beaten near to— That's why I ran from you. I was so certain she'd sent someone to drag me back. Forgive me, I didn't mean to cause you or Zumi any trouble. I'll head straight back and let her know I'm alright. That's gross. Why are people like that? I hate that. Because I know for a fact that people in real life are exactly like that. For no other reason than they can be. It's so gross. Like a married man making suggestive comments to another girl, and then the wife accusing the girl of being the one in that problem. Ah, you're back. Thank you for going out of your way to find my friend. It's a small step, but I'm glad she was able to talk to you. Here, a little something from the both of us to reward your kindness. Okay, we have one more Aether Current here, so we can take care of this quest. Go grab this, go up to Tamra to do the quest, and then boom. Now we can fly! Hanifer, Alphino, Kai Shear, what are you doing here? You might ask you the same, Master Chai. We've been looking all over for you. Looking for me? Whatever for? Lady Chai has been nigh inconsolable in your absence. She claims you disappeared without so much as a word and bade us return you to her side. What in blazes are you talking about? I left a letter for her in our chambers. Though I suppose she could have overlooked it. And when she gets an idea into her head, I can only apologize. No harm done, Master Chai, but since we are here, might I ask what compelled you to come all this way? You were told you had been elected mayor, and from what we have gathered from the nearby villages, you have been inquiring about the people's grievances. Is it safe to assume you mean to take office? Now, let's not jump to conclusions. I did seek to learn more about the problems faced by the people of Colusia, that much is true. But I am by no means sure I am the man to solve them. Tackling our many challenges require resources, and until I've secured them, it would not be right to assume the role of mayor. I see, and you believe said resources can be found here? Indeed. The people's grievances are many, but in the course of my inquiries, I have already met with several individuals willing to lend their aid in addressing them. However, there remains one individual crucial to my plan. A man whose counsel might yet make a mayor of me. But with respect, such forethought is, in itself, proof of your suitability. The city needs you, Master Chai, and I am certain this man of whom you speak, whoever he may be, will reach the same conclusion. For what little it is worth, we will vouch for you should he require convincing. I don't know what to say. Don't need to say anything. You've got your actions to speak for you. For as long as I can remember, all I ever wanted was to make it into Yulmore, but that dream's gone now. Burst like a bubble, or boil more like. Anyway, outside of repaying Master Alphino, I haven't had a clue what to do with myself. Spent most days in a daze, but you've been running up and down trying to find a way to fix this mess for everyone. And I reckon you can do it. You got this lot up to Mount Gold, didn't you? How hard could marrying be? You've got to steer Yulmore into a better future, I know it. And I want to help. Properly help. Do something that makes a difference. I don't know what it is yet, but I'll work it out on the way if you let me come with you, that is. You give me entirely too much credit, the lot of you, but I can't deny it gives me heart. Come then, let us press on together. Thank you, Master Chai. But we mustn't get ahead of ourselves. Yulmore needs more than a man with good intentions, which is why I'm here, to find one with the experience needed to see the city thrive. Who is this man exactly, and are you certain he's here in Amity? Brendan is his name, and yes, he is, or was. I had scarcely begun to explain myself when he decided his time was better spent elsewhere. He served as chief advisor to Bothry's father when he was in office. If Renji was the mayor's right hand, one might say Brendan was the left, and between them, they kept Yulmore on the road to prosperity. The city needs more than a mere man of business, which is why I must find him. Even if you do, what makes you think he will listen? Before giving chase, might it not be wise to speak with those who know him, here in Amity? They may be able to shed some light on his reason for rejecting your overtures out of hand. Howdy, howdy, Leo. Welcome, welcome. Yes, I suppose that makes sense. Perhaps we should serve a Tristal then. As I recall, you made rather a favorable impression on him. I'm certain he would be willing to talk to us. I hope you're having a great Sunday, Leo. Greetings, friend, and to you, Master Chai. I presume you are here to ask after Rendon? I couldn't help overhear. I didn't mean to skip that. Yes, well, with the Vothri gone, Yulmore wants for a leader. Should no one rise to the challenge, the city could very well collapse. I came here seeking Rendon's counsel in the hope that we could build a better Yulmore together. That is still my wish, but given how abominably you were mistreated there, I will quite understand if you choose not to help. Worry not, Master Chai. I bear no grudge against you or the people of Yulmore, and I would not see you suffer for Vothri's villainy. As you no doubt gathered from your meeting earlier, Rendon can be rather uncompromising. He has his principles, you see, and little patience for anyone he deems less committed to their own. Your desire to right the wrongs of Yulmore's past is quite admirable, but I fear the guilt you bear on the city's behalf works against you. I can see it in your eyes, in the way you carry yourself. It goes without saying, he sees it as well. You must let those feelings go, Master Chai. Be more assertive, commit to this course, and prove to him Yulmore has the resolve to change. Resolve to change. I believe he was heading towards Pit 8 when he left. If you plan to go and speak with him, I suggest you be firm and clear in your intentions. Very well, to Pit 8 we shall go. I will not take no for an answer, nay, not even a maybe. Glad your day is going good. It is exceptionally toasty here right now. But I am otherwise having a good stream myself, despite the heat. Got my fan blowing on me, so I'm not burning up.
Well, it's you again. Well, I see you've invited your friends. Need them to fight your battles for you, do you?
I didn't invite them, as it happens, though they are indeed my friends. Well, not only mine, but every true Yulmoran's. They are the ones who awakened us to the truth, to Lord Vothri's villainy, the famous warriors of darkness.
Are they now?
Yes, they are. It would be no exaggeration to call them our saviors. We owe much and more to their kindness, but we cannot depend on that kindness forever. To do so would be a little different from entrusting our affairs to Lord Vothri. Nay, we must learn to stand on our own 2 feet. And I would have them present to witness my attempt.
Hear, hear, Master Chai.
Your sentiments are admirable, yet admirable sentiments do not a nation make. In my capacity as advisor, I once strove to build a better Yulmore. Gave honest counsel to my superiors, drafted laws for the benefit of one and all. But in time, my values fell out of favor. There was no need for them in this paradise Vothri was creating. And so I left my homeland behind. But you, Chai News, you were content to wallow in indolence under Vothri's auspices. And so I cannot help but ask myself what manner of nation you intend to build.
I can offer no simple answer to that question. But this much I will say. It is my hope that Yulmore can become a nation which her citizens might freely choose to build together. A great many people, myself included, flocked to Yulmore seeking sanctuary. The alternative being to live in fear and die in pain. Seemed an easy choice. And sanctuary we found. As much food and drink as we could ever want. Secured at the cost of the surrounding villages. Little wonder the people gathered at our doorstep, begging to work among the bonded. The free were blind to it all, of course. Content to, as you say, wallow in indolence. In ignorance. Were I mayor, I would first take stock of the city's resources and see that they were assigned equitably. Our days of reckless consumption are behind us. The distinction between free and bonded died with Vorthri. The needs of rich and poor alike must be considered for our nation to survive. To which end I would take steps to secure channels for supplies, rekindle relations with nearby settlements, who re-establish industry, reach out to neighboring nations, and the list goes on and on. But I am no ruler, nor even a politician. I am an entrepreneur. My expertise lie in planning and profit. I haven't the knowledge or experience to run a nation. Please, Rendon, will you not help me? Together, we could solve the city's problems. Build a Yulmore for the people.
A Yulmore for the people. I rather like the sound of that. But before I offer you my counsel, I would be certain of your ability to perform the duties of office. You would? You ask me to help you solve Yulmore's problems, but first I would see you solve one on your own. Accomplish that, and you will prove both to me and the people that you are a man worth following.
Right then, is there a particular issue you would have me resolve? You seem to have conducted an assessment of the problems Yulmore now faces. I assume you agree, therefore, that the matter of dwindling food stores is the most pressing. Yes. Meal being neither a desirable nor less sustainable option, I assume alternate foodstuffs are now required to fill the void. And a man who hungers is not likely to contribute much to society, save violence, perhaps. So tell me, how do you propose to solve this problem? Give me a satisfactory answer and I'll consider offering you my counsel. A combination of measures would seem to be in order. One to address the immediate issue of supply and another that of production. Go on. For the present, Yulmore's coffers can be used to purchase food from our neighbors. This would afford us time to address the underlying problem that affects us all, the long-standing neglect of agriculture. The villages that once served as sources of trade for foodstuffs must be repopulated, their means of production restored. This assumes, of course, that we can rekindle relations with our neighbors, guarantee security and stability in the region, and most importantly, find people willing to leave the city and take up the rebuilding effort. My, think of that all by yourself, did you? Well, yes. It began as a rather abstract plan I drafted some time ago after speaking with the peoples of Yulmore and the nearby settlements. You've impressed me, Chinas. I have? Well, that is a relief. Oh, you haven't secured my support just yet, only my attention. Grand plans will not be enough to persuade the masses. If you would ask them to rebuild, you must provide them the means to do so. Fair point, Rendon, and one to which I have given much thought. I propose the use of Talos to aid in the establishment and maintenance of these settlements. Their employment should drastically improve efficiency and ultimately increase production. Talos, but Daedalus Stoneworks closed their doors years ago. Without a ready supply of the necessary equipment, the people would starve before your plans could be put into effect. Well, as the heir to Daedalus Stoneworks, it just so happens that Talos are my field of expertise. And with a little help, I'm quite certain we can acquire what we need in no time at all. Howdy, howdy, Nephilim. Welcome, welcome. Aside from the heat, I am pretty good. How are you? Rendon is quite right. Building Talos from scratch would require time we simply do not have. Which is why I propose to make use of the long-abandoned Talos which wander the wilds of Calusia. They will need to be deactivated, of course, and if memory serves, the tools required to do so should still be at top rung. Come with me. Let's ride the dog. I'm sorry to hear that, but I'm glad you're alright otherwise. Heartburn's never fun. Oh yeah, that is even more unfortunate. I mean, yeah, that'll do it. Good old McDonald's. Aha, the old memory hasn't let me down. This chest contains canisters filled with a dastardly potent insulating powder capable of halting the flow of Aether and Talos. We need only get within throwing distance of one and let fly. Thus disabling them without damaging them. Ingenious. An old trick of the trade, nothing more. Once disabled, it should be a simple enough matter to get them to march to Yulmore. More extensive repairs can wait. Ordinarily, this is where I would ask you to run along and do the deed, but as I have said before, it's high time we learn to stand on our own 2 feet. Thankfully, throwing canisters is something even I should be able to manage. Come off it, Master Chai. Even if the Talos ain't a threat, there's 101 other things out there waiting to make a meal of you. That's as may be, Kaishir, but Rendon tasked me with solving this problem, and I will not sit idly by while others risk everything to see my harebrained schemes realized. Not this time. Which isn't to say the mere thought of it doesn't fill me with dread. Truth be told, I can't feel my legs. But if I'm to prove I'm a man worth following, I must lead by example. Well said, Master Chai. Yes, well, it should go without saying that I have no intention of dying for this. I've always preferred living to see the fruits of my labors. To make sure I do, I will require your help. It is as Kaishir says, these lands are dangerous if one is not careful. I would ask you to use my spyglass to look out for any beasts that could get in the way of my work. I will also need you to alert me when it's safe to subdue the Talos, understood? Good. Then let's be off to the quick way, through the north gate, and see if we can't find a suitable vantage point for you. Come on, big and ugly, turn around. Go, 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 it's safe. Bonk. Go to sleep. I did it. I did it. Let's move on to another Talos, shall we? Oh, this one's got some ugly little turds. Whew. Two down. I do believe I'm getting the hang of this. You may leave the next one to me, Panifer. Aha, that should do it. Now we have all we need to proceed. Ba, 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 ba. We did it. I can scarcely believe it. It was a reckless, foolish plan, but somehow it worked. I did it. Master Chai, I believe I owe you an apology. Your plan to replenish Yulmor's food stores showed forethought and sound judgment. What's more, it is playing your time at Daedalus Stoneworks has equipped you to lead, as evidenced by the extraordinary company you keep. You, sir, are more than qualified to be the next mayor of Yulmor. I thank you for your vote of confidence, but the fact remains I am wholly ignorant of the world of politics, which is why I would ask you to join me and grant Yulmor the benefit of your counsel. I would be honored. When the people behold these Talos, I have no doubt they will lend you their support. It would seem Yulmor's leadership is at last in capable hands, would you not agree? We should probably get back soon, Master Chai, after you've tinkered with the Talos and all that. Lady Chai's worried sick.
Right then. Form a line and make for Yulmor.
What's that noise? Wicked White! Runaway Talos! Call the guard! Stay back! All of you! Is that...
Darling, you're back.
But of course I'm back. You didn't see.
Oh no. She's gonna break his back again. I think she's killed him again.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry, my darling. It's just the sight of you filled me with such joy, I couldn't help myself.
Oh, no, it's all right, dear. I should have just come out and said what it was I was intending, instead of entrusting the task to a hastily scribbled letter.
Does that mean you'll do it?
Well, I'm here, aren't I? I mean, not that my absence signified any unwillingness, you understand? Oh, no, naught could be further from the truth. I only left to enlist the aid of the former mayor's senior advisor. And now that I have it, I believe I am ready to take office.
Oh, how wonderful!
Oh, don't break his back again. Oh boy. love those two. I love them so much. One of these days, she's actually going to snap his spine. That was quite a reception. One Master Chai will struggle to forget. More seriously, the arrival of the Talibs has seized the public's attention. Once word has spread around Yulmore, it will be that much simpler to gather one and all so that Master Chai can make his inaugural address. No need to fret, Pennifer. I have never felt better. And not at all overwrought by the prospect of addressing the assembled masses of Yulmore. As we're to do it, if we're to accommodate everyone who might feasibly wish to attend, I suppose the only place large enough would be the Emergent. And I will go and spread the word among the citizens, both free and bonded, that they are to assemble there to meet their new mayor. You there, Kashir, was it? Would you go and inform the residents of the Gate Town and the derelicts? Of course I will. Good lad. I will let the guards know not to bar way to Vothri's chambers. It goes without saying that I expect the Warrior of Darkness to attend, assuming she's available. Might as well see it through the bitter end, eh? The doorman at the Crown Lift will show you up. Should be easy peasy. Oh no, this isn't the canopy. I meant to go up higher. Okie doke. Ah yes, Master Chai told us to expect you. The Emergence is already filling up with people of all persuasions, free and bonded citizens and non-citizens. For you, our guest of honor, we have reserved a place at the front. Right this way, miss. Augers.
Go on, dear.
Thank you all for gathering here today. But before going any further, could I ask the free citizens of Yulmore to look around? 'Tis a sight none of us would ever have seen under Lord Forthry's rule. Not only do we stand in the familiar presence of those we once called the Bonded, but today we welcome the peoples of the Derelicts and Gate Town too. Today we welcome the Warriors of Darkness, come to bear witness to Yulmore's new beginning. As you know, an election was recently held, at the end of which I had the honor of being chosen to succeed Lord Vorthry. You place great faith in me, and I promise to do my utmost to live up to your expectations, and I will seek always to carry out the duties of this office with integrity and fairness. Always, I say, but not forever. Let it be known that I do not intend to hold this post indefinitely. I consider myself but an acting mayor, who will serve only for the interim, while Yulmore is reshaped according to a new set of values. No longer can we think of ourselves as divided, as the free and the bonded, citizens and non-citizens. The systems put in place by Lord Vorthry must be undone. But even as we tear down the old, we must give thought to the new, to what manner of nation Yulmore should become. Whatever the answer may be, it cannot be decided by one man alone. And so I propose that an open forum be held, that we might all discuss how best to strive towards a better future. However, there can be no talk of the morrow unless we first address the issues of today. Securing new sources of food, rebuilding relations with our neighbors, re-establishing industry. There is much and more that needs to be done. Too much for a mere man of business. And so I pledge instead to do everything in my power to ensure our city's security and stability while we all work together to see these problems solved. The road before us will not be easy, and I know full well how daunting the prospect of honest labor may seem to some of you. But we must accept the reality of our circumstances. We must move forward. This much we owe to ourselves and to the brave heroes who risked their lives to bring back the night. Once we have shored up our city's foundations and regained some semblance of normality, let us reconvene to speak of the future. Until then, I humbly ask that you lend me and each other your strength. For Yulmore!
That was a fine speech, Master Chai. I believe your words stirred every soul in attendance. Stirred them to action, I hope. If I have learned anything from all of this, it is that change begins with the individual. 'Tis but a matter of finding the strength to take the first step. Assuming my fellow Yulmorans can, it shall be my honor and privilege to help them walk this road we have chosen. But we must not forget the individuals who made all of these changes possible. Were it within my power, I would carve a tribute to your heroism into the very stone upon which this city stands. I hate to change the subject, darling, but now that you have officially taken office, have you given any thought to your mayoral seat? We will not be moving into the emergent Dearest. It's too big for one thing and too far from the people for another. We will retain our current residence and I will govern here in the parlor. Oh, I was hoping you'd say that. I much prefer the view from the parlor. Begging your pardon, Master Chai, but have you got time for a word? Yes. Yes, of course, Hathen bet? Aye, that's me. I liked your speech, but there's folk outside these walls as don't even have enough food to last till tomorrow, and more who are counting them their crumbs. If you've a plan to change that, I want to help set things in motion. And we've much to discuss. No sooner do I take office than my work begins in earnest. Well, I suppose I brought it upon myself. Thank you again for your help, Pennifer. I hope to see you again before long. What a day. I don't know what it means exactly, but I do know I've got plenty to think about. I sense we all have a great deal to consider. I had resolved to remain here until such time as Yulmor's future was secured, but it is clear to me now that the city is in capable hands. I have every confidence they will find their way, and I believe it is time we went on ours. So Alphinaud's leaving too, is he? Seems like everyone's moving on. Everything's changing. I've been thinking about what I should do in all this. Like I told you, I spent most of my life dreaming about living here with my friends, in paradise. That paradise is gone, but something better's taken its place, and I reckon I want to be a part of it. This Yulmor for the people Master Chai's be going on about ain't gonna build itself after all. Not that I'm much of a builder. Me and my friends will find a way to make a difference, though. Help keep things changing for the better. A far nobler dream than the one to which you clung before, and one I am happy to say we share. Whatever path you choose, I will pray for your success. Well, when you put it like that, there's no going back now, is there? We've got a few ideas on how we can do our bit, just a matter of taking the first step. Oh, I have a lot of things to... sell. My inventory's getting cluttered. Truly, to see Kaishir thus inspired by our actions is inspiring in itself. Yet however much I may wish to stay and see what comes of his efforts here, in Yulmor, we have matters of our own to attend to. Come, we should return to the Crystal Tower, mayhap Becklug's studies have borne fruit in our absence. Okie dokie, off to the Crystarium. I won't start the cutscene until ad break ends, and ad break starts in about a minute and a half. I think actually a little less than that. The ad break timer on my Twitch chat doc for OBS is a bit behind. always tends to be. So I think it actually starts in about a minute. But I did want to do a little bit of shopping real quick. Ah, lordy, that's expensive. Well, yeah, I wanted to showcase off that music. So once we do this quest turn in, I can go into the dungeon with the music unsynced, and we could just vibe to it for a few minutes, because it is a really good song. It is absolute party vibes. Because this is the last main story quest we're doing for today. As always, with post-expansion stuff, we do a single patch per stream. And this is the end of the first patch. So we will let the ad break run its course. Then we will watch the cutscene, turn in the quest, and party for a little. Mm-hmm. Okay, we are back. Let's do the cutscene, turn in, and then we can go vibe for a few minutes. Welcome back. We are given to understand a new mayor has taken office in Yulmore. Indeed, our good friend Master Chai was elected by popular vote and, after some considerable soul-searching, chose to accept the post. It is a shame you weren't able to attend his inaugural speech, though I have no doubt you will see more of him in the future. But tell me, how fared you in preparing the White Auracite? Your work did not proceed quite as expected. In your absence, we had a frank discussion on the principles of soul transference and concluded at length that White Auracite was ill-suited for our purposes. Urianger, did you not say that, compared to the massy soul of an Ascian, the stone could house one of ours with ease? That I did, and armed as we are with Becklog's invaluable insight, it would indeed prove a trifling matter. Were we to disregard the inviolable link twixt mind and soul? A link which would, we did belatedly realize, be weakened most perilously in the process of rendering our souls dormant, as Auracite doth require. Thus, the shedding of these fleshly simulacra and the seraphit of aether which comprise them would in all likelihood deprive us of our psyches as well. It would theoretically be possible to channel your minds into the Auracite instead, but we would more than likely sacrifice your souls in the process. Which is why we have abandoned that plan and instead devoted our time to finding a means by which mind and soul might be transported together. And we are no closer to a solution than when we first began. It is a vexing conundrum indeed, but one for which the Crystal Exarch has posited a most intriguing solution. When our discussions first turned to the transference of memories and the psyche, I could not help but be reminded of a technique with which I have personal experience. Jennifer, do you recall what we learned in my eyes from our encounter with Doga and Une? I speak of the royal isle of the Allagan imperial line, gifted to my forebears through the blood and memories of the ancient Allagans. It is by this gift that I am able to control the Crystal Tower. If we were to gain an understanding of the technology by which the Allagans were able to accomplish this transference, perhaps then we could keep mind and soul together. Imagine, if you will, a device like unto a soul crystal, complete not only with our worldly memories, but also the bountiful energies of the soul. That is our current avenue of investigation, and we will follow it wheresoever it leads. Sounds like a good plan. While we are thus engaged, I think it best that Pennifer return to the source and inform Kryl and the others of our findings. Agreed. I imagine Tatara will be relieved to hear we've made progress of a sort. I would beg leave to relay our findings unto Thancred and Reen, and to assist where I may in their investigation of the empty. Yes, please do. Should we have need of your counsel, we will not hesitate to summon you. Give our regards to Tatara, won't you? Gladly. And then we can skedaddle through here. Hmm. Okay, restricted. And then we will hop into this once we turn in the quest. Should be the quest turn in. It should turn green once we're inside. Or, no, we've got a little bit more talking to do. Hennifer, you're back. How did everything go in the first? Wait, don't tell me. Cryle will be here shortly and she'll want to hear it too. She's just tending to the others, their bodies. I mean, gods, I don't think I'll ever get used to saying that. Anyway, you can tell us everything the moment she gets here. Ooh, several cuts to a planned sequence, eh? This is spicy.
Sorry to keep you waiting. I've carried out the treatment as per Master Matoya's instructions. It should slow the destabilization of their corporeal ether quite significantly. But tell me, how fare our friends in the first?
So this Becklug's the first to lead an authority on soulcraft, are they? Sounds promising.
And Urianger's proffered solution of white auracite is rather ingenious now that I think of it. Well, while they press on with their preparations, you may rest assured we will continue to do our part here.
Oh, you're back.
Ooh, Estinian, my man. Looking good.
And none the worse for wear, I see.
Estinian! Oh, thank the gods! We've been worried sick. Did you lose your link pearl or something?
The situation in Garlemald has become more complicated. I was making my escape from the capital when I ran into one of yours, Riol. He thought it best we come straight here.
More complicated how?
Where to begin? After entering the Empire via Razat Han, I went about my mission of investigating Black Rose. It was then, inside a provincial factory, that I encountered the one who styles himself Shadowhunter, Gaius Baelsar. Our goals being apparently aligned, we joined forces and ventured on into the heart of the capital, to the very Imperial Palace itself. There, we found a man whom all assumed dead. But his soul lives on, and he has wrested back his flesh. Xenos Ye Galvas. Nor did the surprises end there, for no sooner had we arrived than he murdered his sire in cold blood. The Emperor is dead. This sent Gaius into a rage, and he charged in, blade drawn. What's wrong?
Well, that's a bit of a sticky situation. I've seen him in action, his body at least. You will not best him alone. Nay, death will not come easily to that thing. If you would join me, then by all means. For what good it will do. The Black Wolf and the Azure Dragoon. I suppose this might suffice. Come, then. Well, that's a spicy attack. Ah, the simple pleasure of one's own flesh. Truly, there is no place like home. Abomination. Whatever he is, Pennifer was barely match for him. If we stay here much longer... Emperor Varys, your Radiance, are you alright? We may wear out our welcome. Your Radiance, no! Must even the most middling of sport be spoiled? The world conspires to bore me. But I have no cause to remain. I leave these vermin to you. Well, any bright ideas? Just one. That's a bright idea. The intruders have taken flight. I repeat, the intruders have taken flight. Deploy all available Magitech armor. We cannot let them escape. Oh boy. We're fighting. I wasn't expecting this, but I'll fight. Oh, big boy. Sending me the big boy. And a bunch of little boys. Okay, at least I'm doing AoE damage, I think. Okay, we're taking care of all the tiny little ones. And let's try suckers. Yeah, stop this pants grab. Okay, we have Perma-Sprint. Experiencing what it is to be someone else. Well, someone's been busy. Oh. What the what? What in the what? They rebuilt the ultimate weapon and they got a man strapped into it, or not strapped, but embedded into it. And you would bar my way, would you? So be it. Come, Nidhogg, lend me your strength. You know, I suppose we'll need his strength for this. Who in the seven hells sticks a man into a machine like that? Someone's an angry little salamander. Alright, you wanna go sucker? Let's go. Bandai! Yeah, get clowned on, nerds. Dumb, stupid Imperial nerds. Poor guys stuck in the back of that. Garleans and their Machina. Now, where are you guys?
Are you all right?
Peer into my past, did you?
Well, I didn't quite relive the experience as you did, but I bore witness to it all.
I'm still not sure what I think of this gift of yours. But no matter. Our confrontation was cut short when the Imperial Guard arrived. It was then that Xenos took his leave, citing boredom.
To think their research into the Echo could bear such fruit. Escaping death, jumping from one body to the next, and returning to his own after all this time. He is an Ascian in all but name.
It beggars belief, aye. But no more than a hero traversing the rift between worlds. My concerns are far more prosaic. With the Emperor dead and the Crown Prince missing, the Empire is in disarray. Until order is restored, assuming it even possible, we needn't fear an Imperial reprisal. And for reasons of his own, Xenos took it upon himself to rid the world of Black Rose. Riol has already gone to apprise the Alliance leaders of these developments. We may leave the matter in their hands for now.
Then perhaps we have seen the last of the fighting at Gimlet. Though, if it comes to civil war, I cannot help but fear for the provinces. Ah, I'd nearly forgotten to ask. What became of Gaius? Did he not escape with you?
That he did, but we parted ways shortly after leaving Garlemald. He claimed another threat had arisen which demanded his attention. He didn't elaborate, but the absence of some device or other in the capital gave him reason to believe they're planning something. Lest you worry, I believe he has well and truly shed the Black Wolf's pelt. Conquest is no longer his objective. We may safely leave him to his own devices.
Well, it's nice to have one less foe to worry about, even if we do have a mysterious new threat to look out for instead. Speaking of which, I'll see that Riol and Al Shinobi are made aware, though we still know next to nothing. It can't hurt to be vigilant.
Well then, with Black Rose nipped in the bud, I believe I've fulfilled my part of the bargain.
That's true, but with the Archon still slumbering away, we were hoping you might agree to stay with us for a little bit longer.
Sorry, but I'm not inclined to extend my contract. Gaius isn't the only one with business to attend to.
Thank you for your help then, Estinian. I see why Alphino admires you so.
Farewell, my friend. See that you don't make a habit of dozing off in battle.
I suppose we should all be getting on then. As ever, we will see to the Archon's needs. In the meantime, why not get some rest? You've more than earned it. Go on.
Okay, now we should better turn in the quest. Yes, yes, yes. You must be shattered after all that hopping back and forth between worlds. Why not stay here and rest for a while? I'm sure Becklug can manage without you. They've got enough signs to help them, if you ask me. Okay, and now, before we... Oh wait, cutscene. Should hopefully be a tiny cutscene. Traitors! You would dare deny Lord Nerva the throne? Onward! Before this day is done, victory shall be ours. Boring, boring, boring. Do you think? I find it amusing, like dogs herding cattle to the slaughterhouse. That's you. Your soul is... Who are you? For your majesty, I am but another dog, lost in want of a new master. A hunting dog, if you should wish it so. For I know full well the prey you would seek next. Zodiark. Meanwhile, in Yulmore in the Hearst. Did you hear? The mayor's reopening Daedalus Stoneworks and they're looking for laborers. There's talk of resettling some of the old abandoned villages too. They're even laying on free Talos to anyone willing to make the move. Free Talos? Ha, we'd best get packing. Steady work, board and lodging. If that's not a recipe for hope, I don't know what is. Hope. Uh... 'Cause Yes, so long as I yet live, I would see that a feeble flame rekindled. You're not Ardbert. You're absolutely not Ardbert. It is my destiny to see our dream fulfilled. You're definitely not Ardbert. Okay, and now that we're done with that, before we skedaddle and find somebody to raid to, it's time to party for a little. Because this dungeon has one of the best dungeon songs for its theme. I don't think I have terribly many dances or anything. We could do some boxing. Nope, can't do that because we're not in the water, but we can do this. Yeah, this is and will always be one of the best dungeon songs. And we did this dungeon earlier in the stream, but now let us leave and find somebody to raid out to for today. This was a productive stream. We made lots of progress. We did the first patch of the post-expansion. So 2 more streams and we should be done with the main post-expansion, and then we can start the pre-expansion stuff for the next expansion, which will be fun. So for now, let us... It is that and that. Perfect. And I have some Discord notifications that I'll check. First, Twitch. Let us see who is live and vibing on Twitch. Let's see, we want some Elden Ring, some Power Wash Simulator, some Hollow Knight, chatting, Supermarket Sim, or chatting, lots of chatting, lots of chitty chatters. Some special events, Legend of Zelda, Twilight Princess, Undertale. Undertale's a good game. Some Overwatch, Marvel Rivals, Warhammer, Darktide. Darktide's good. Lots more chatting. Holy howdy, there's a lot of people I follow streaming right now. Like, I've clicked show more like 5 times. So, let us see. Is there anyone we haven't rated out to for recently? Quite a few people. Let us see. And it is always hard to pick somebody to raid out to when there's so many awesome people to raid out to. So let us just pick one person out of the list of people I see alive. Ha 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 ha. I know we raided. Let's raid to Yomi. I know we raided her a little bit recently, but she's playing Hollow Knight. Yomi's great. Lee. So, as always, my lovely, lovely catfish, I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your Sunday, start to your week, and remember, Big Sis loves you always.